Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we're going to start the meeting. Please stand, flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And roll call, please.
Mr. Shi,
Here.
Mr. Patel,
Here.
Mrs. Peng,
Here.
Mrs. Conway,
Here.
Dr. Chen,
Here.
Mrs. Podofsky,
Here.
Mrs. Madiker,
Here.
Mrs. White,
Here.
all present.
Opening statement. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provision of this act, the Edison Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted in the Board of Education Administration offices. Copies of the notice were sent to the Home News Tribune and the Star Ledger on January 5th, 2021. The public may participate at regular meetings in accordance with the bylaws and the applicable state regulations. So today, we are going through we have open seat. We have 12 candidates who applied. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna let these candidates make their statement first. So we know some other candidates have small children at home. So when they're done, if they want, they can leave. And then the board will go through the normal agenda items. Each candidate will have 6 minutes. And you will hear a beep at 6 minutes, but I'm not gonna hard stop you at 6 minutes. And once your time is up, just wrap it up. Each board member will have opportunity to ask one question to each candidate. One question to each candidate, because we have too many candidates here, so we just limit the question to one question each board member, okay? And after the 12 candidates go through their statements. As I said, we're going to continue our agenda. Then we'll go to closed session. The closed session, we'll go through our closed session discussion items, and then we're going to discuss the applicants. If we have a majority today at the closed session, we'll come out and vote. Okay? It's going to be a long meeting. You're more than welcome to stay, but if you want to go home, you can watch the video later today. Okay? Are we clear? Are we all clear? Any questions? See none? All right, Crystal. You're the first one who submitted the resume. So today, the order of the candidates is based on the order the resume was submitted. So Crystal, why don't you lead us off?
You're the timekeeper?
Yes, Nick.
Okay, before I start my time,
Okay.
and recognize myself,
You can take your mask off if you want.
I'm gonna, because then you guys are gonna say I'm doing fake news, me and Donald Trump, and say I'm trying to pass COVID, so I'm smart enough to keep the mask on. For Tony D. Pascal, Padmaya, Sunil, Carol, I don't know who Akil is, I hope it's not an EDO member, but I'll say Akil, and Joseph Romano, and Brian Rivera. Thank you for putting your names on the list. If I didn't say your name, there's a reason I kept your name off, so.
Yeah, start.
All right, you didn't start my time yet, right?
We started right now.
Started.
All right. Crystal, Middlesex County. You weren't supposed to start it till now. I was born in Edison. I went to school in Edison. I graduated from Edison High. I am invested in this community for 33 years. There's so much I want to say, and my time is very limited to 6 minutes, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. For those of you who don't know me, I marched with the students and parents of Lincoln Annex School in New Brunswick. A huge donor of the Middlesex County Democratic Organization, Jack Morris, who is an executive at Robert Wood Johnson Hospital, wants to buy and destroy Lincoln Annex School, sending all the Hispanic students first to a warehouse and then to a school that hasn't even been built. on contaminated property where the children can develop cancer. This past year, while BOE candidates lied to the Edison people to selfishly promote themselves, I went to county freeholder meetings, New Brunswick Council, BOE, Planning and Zoning Board meetings. I went to Middlesex County Improvement Authority to advocate for the best interests of the students and parents of New Brunswick. I also exposed the Middlesex County Superintendent of Schools, Councilman Kyle Anderson of Woodbridge. I hope to bring this passion to the Edison BOE. The Edison BOE needs activists who will defend the best interests of the children, parents, and taxpayers, along with the teachers. Not another self-serving, greedy political operative from the Edison Democratic Organization. You political operatives have taken hostage the residents of Edison with your ambition, incompetence, and pure greed. It's absolutely unacceptable. Nepotism breeds corruption. BOE members lobbying their family and friends to this BOE vacancy for the past 5 months before even Erico resigned is disgusting. Even disgraced racist councilman A.J. Patil, who was involved in a conspiracy with BOE members and the mayor to distribute campaign flyers disguised as racist flyers threatening to deport Indians and Chinese, has publicly lobbied Sparshal Patel even before the BOE vacancy was even made public. He ran for BOE 2019, funded the campaign to Shivi, stole over 2,000 votes, later disqualified because he lied in his petition. If Shivi or Mohan refuse to abstain voting due to conflict of interest, you expose yourselves as corrupt, and you force me as a member of the public to file an ethics violation. It's no secret Mohan Patel has been lobbying for his friend, possibly relative, Birao Patel, another political operative for the Edison Democratic Organization and South Asian organizations. Again, please don't make me do this, but Mohan, if you refuse to abstain, Shivi, if you refuse to abstain because Birao volunteered for your campaign, along with many other conflicts of interest, again, I will be forced to file an ethics violation. I believe Birao is also a Democratic committee person. Where's Ms. White? Ms. White, please abstain from that. I don't want to have to file any ethics violations. So yeah, as well, any other EDO members up here that happen to be committee members also abstain from another committeeman right here, Brett Baker. Otherwise, again, I'm just going down the line of all conflicts of interest, not picking on anybody in particular, ethics violations. I'm really curious why people from Carteret, Somerset, India, China, New York, Chicago are always seeking out government positions in Edison, New Jersey. I guess it's understandable that we're the 5th largest in this county, and if you can control Edison, you can control the rest of the county through your committee votes and get your assembly people in and everybody else in. But at the same time, how much minutes do I have left?
1 minute and 14 seconds.
How long?
1 minute.
1 minute? Well, 1 minute's not enough for me to have to say what I have to say, so I'm gonna come back here on public comments. So yeah, I'll be up here. I want to say, God bless you, God bless everybody. It was just Christmas. We're still in the holy season if you go on Julius Caesar's calendar. So yeah. But as we exit the holy season, Jerry, expect to see me more. I'm nice during the holidays, but I'm nice now too. I'm being nice now. This is me being nice. Yeah, I hope you guys can do the responsible thing when you go in the back and not vote for your committee people, not vote for your family and friends, not vote for people who are in your party, and look at the whole list of people and truly say, okay, who's the best qualified, who's the best for the children, for the students, the taxpayers, not who you personally want to see up there. I'm going to come back for public comments because I have a whole lot to say about Councilman A.J. Patil. Is that my time?
Time's up.
All right, I'll come back to
Wrap it
restart
up.
my 6 minutes about Councilman A.J. Patil.
That had
and the
nothing to do with,
disgraced government officials of Edison, New Jersey. Thank you very much.
okay. Any questions for Crystal? Any board members?
I'll answer any and every question. Who else is willing to say that, you know? Anybody?
See none? All right, let's move
None?
on.
All right.
Mr. DePascal?
No questions, because they weren't even considering me anyway, Jerry.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Just want to tell you a little bit about myself. So I grew up in Rahway, New Jersey, been married 27 years. I have 2 special needs children, as most of you know. Moved in Edison in 2008, and when my children started coming into school, I became very aware that I needed to get involved in their programs. And at that point is when I started learning what they needed and what the school district needed to supply for them to be successful students. So I started attending Board of Education meetings back then. And one of the things I remember back then was there was a big issue with privatizing the paraprofessionals. And I, with a lot of other parents, actually spoke multiple times about that issue. And that was kind of the issue that even gained more of my interest of attending Board of Education meetings, which I did many, many times. And then again, recently, I started attending them again. And one thing I'm sure a lot of people do know about me is that I've never shied away from issues that need to be taken care of. I'm always vocal, and what I say, I always feel is genuine, and what you see with me is what you get. I'm not one to go along with the pack. If you want an independent person to work with you, then that would be myself. I'm a team player, but I also listen, and I also do my research before I make comments and before I stand in front of any board in Edison and make sure that I know the details of what I'm talking about. Some of the experiences I've had over the years, I've had, been a full-time tech person for many years, AV, IT, in the corporate, nonprofits. But one of my, actually, I have to say, the most favorite jobs I've had is in early 2000, I worked with wayward students in Philadelphia, and I counseled with them, and I loved doing that. It was just amazing working with these students who had a hard time with being teenagers. 2001 to 2003, I actually moved to Bergenfield, and I actually was worked for a nonprofit and also created a latchkey program where I worked again with, this was for junior high and high school, where they would come and they would be counseled, have homework help, and I did that for a few years. At that same time, I also worked at a private school as a 4th grade teacher, which was a lot of fun, because some of the time they would tell you that you're not teaching right and tell you how to teach things. It was a lot of fun. I was actually for 9 months a substitute teacher in Edison, and most of the assignments I always wanted to take by choice were either special needs classes as a paraprofessional, or in the high school setting. One of the most things that I remember was I was actually a paraprofessional for a blind student. And I have to say, I think that student taught me a lot more than I really knew about someone who was blind, because that person did really well and really didn't need a lot of my help. They got around a lot more than I thought they would. I've been recently a volunteer advocate for the past few years, helping, through my experiences with my own children, helping parents, and attending IEP meetings with them and helping them with the guidance that I really never had or my wife had with our children growing up. And with special needs, it's such a journey. And that guidance is not there sometimes for parents. So I've taken that on to be available to parents. And I've also many times have brought up issues with transportation at the Board of Ed meetings and whatever other issues that parents have brought up to me. I would like to be considered for this vacancy because everyone on the board has their own specialty. But I don't really, and I haven't seen for years, the specialty of special needs from a special needs parent on the board, which I think is really important even more now as more special needs kids are diagnosed. And I really think that I can be a really great advocate for the special needs students and parents, working with each one of you with my experiences with my children and just in the process of what we've gone through the district. So I just want to end with one comment here that I got last year from a parent. And it said, "I thank you for your hard work and hope you continue to make a difference at the board level, especially for kids with special needs. I have a daughter with an IEP for specific learning disability in reading and fight yearly for her and will continue. You have opened up an amazing dialogue in the district with the Board of Education and the superintendent, and I thank you sincerely." Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, board member, for Mr. DePascal? Okay. Yeah. Ms. Conway.
I'm sorry that I didn't ask the same question to Christo. I wasn't aware that we were going to be doing this. But I do have a question, and I would like to ask the same question to every candidate that comes up. So if you were to be chosen to fill the open position, what would be your 2 top committee choices?
Committee choices?
Yes, whether it be special ed,
It would be
curriculum, transportation.
It would definitely be special ed, and the other one would be transportation, because I have seen over the years, even with my children and dealing with transportation, it seems like it's gotten better, but it's always been an issue. And I know there's a lot of facets to why it's been an issue, but those 2 committees would be something that I think I would do really well on.
Thank you. And I would just like to say, Christo said he was coming back later. He'll get a chance to answer my question later, I hope. Thank you.
Any other board members? See none? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Next up, Mr. Pandya.
Good evening, everyone. Yash Pandya, 20 Arbor Circle. So I just want to start off by saying that I'm very grateful to be here tonight speaking to you all about my candidacy for the vacancy in our Board of Education. I would like to start by giving a hearty congratulations to my running mates who were just elected by our Edison residents to serve part of the BOE. Our highest vote getter, Mohin Patel, second highest, Ms. Virginia White, and Jerry Shee. I recently participated in the November 2020 elections alongside 11 other candidates, and I was the runner-up and also the 4th candidate receiving almost 10,000 votes, 9,858 to be exact. I ran a positive campaign and one that has taught me immense virtues and policies for our Board of Education. Though the shoes for our past board president, Ralph Errico, will be big ones to fill, I am very eager to bring my experiences as a recent graduate, corporate professional, entrepreneur, and active community member. However, more importantly, being a lifelong resident of Edison has exposed me to its educational system as a student and taxpayer. This knowledge is an imperative piece when it comes to making life-changing decisions for the students, the parents, and the taxpayers of our community. If chosen for this prestigious board position, I would like to exercise my youth my recent knowledge as a student, and work with our experienced board members to take the foundation of our community, which is education, to the next level. Our educational system is the best in class for our state. With my youth, next generational perspective, combined with the experience of the board, the sky is the limit. I have, will, and always continue to work on the platform of the students, by the students, and for the students. I truly and sincerely request and remind the board members to honor the request of the 10,000 residents who had voted for me to be a part of the Board of Education. It's time to prove that the Board of Education is non-political. I understand and respect the process, but Edison residents have voted for myself and my other running mates. And to conclude, I would like to convey one and very important message for the board. Please give a deserving chance to the candidates who have truly worked hard for the board member candidacy, by which I mean the candidates who have served as board members previously and those who have recently campaigned to truly show their intentions to serve as board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I truly and sincerely hope that you all will consider my candidacy for this vacancy. Thank you.
Thank you. Now you have the question. You know the question. Which committee will you choose?
I will choose the special needs and the curriculum community.
Okay, thank you. Any other board members? Questions? See none? Next, Mrs. Chinta. We have the wipes over there, so help yourself with that.
Hello, Dr. Bragan, respected board members and fellow Edison residents, those who are here and watching online. A very good evening to you all and Happy New Year. I am Padmaja Chinta. First of all, thank you to the board for giving this opportunity to share more about me, why I'm interested, and why I think I'll be a good board member. Like all of you on this board, I come to this table wearing many hats, that of a resident, a parent, a volunteer, and also a lawyer. For the past few years, Edison has been home to me and my family. During this time, I had one kid go through J.P. Stevens High School, graduating this past summer, and one go through John Adams Middle School and currently in high school. That's what gave me a window into the issues facing the schools. That's when I started getting involved. That is also what provides me with a direct pulse into some of the challenges our students face. Besides being a parent, I'm also an attorney specializing in intellectual property, been practicing for the last 20 years. I have a master's in law from the University of Pennsylvania Law School, where I was president of the LLM Association. I also have an optometry degree from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, where I was valedictorian, and an MBA. I'm also a volunteer and have tried to contribute to my community over the years in small ways. I volunteer for the Federal Bar Association as Chief Diversity Officer for the Southern District of New York chapter. I also take on cases pro bono, and one of my favorites is when I represented a student at a special education hearing. I volunteer as a UPenn alumni interviewer for high school seniors applying to college. I also volunteer at JPS PTSO events. Most of my work, whether paid or volunteer, touches in some way on two things: advocacy and education. Those are my two big passions in life. And being on the Board of Ed would allow me to combine those two and give something back to my community. It's as simple as that. I love what I do, but I don't believe passion has to be limited to the workplace. I would like to channel my passion to impact some positive change for our students. That's the reason I applied to this position. That's the same reason I ran this past election, where I was truly humbled to receive close to 9,000 votes. That's also the reason why I got involved with the issues I got involved, whether it was simply voicing concerns of parents and students at BOE meetings, to the administration in community gatherings, or taking the lead as a parent to get some things done. Some of us know about the Floyd Street that backs up to the J.P. Stevens parking lot. It's filled with so many potholes and very hard for students to walk on and parents to drive. I worked with the Township Council, who has now agreed to fix that and through a grant. I've also built consensus among parents and took the lead in preparing the petition to bring much needed change in the high school placement criteria. In fact, I worked with some of the current board members on this, Ms. Pang and Mr. Shi. And it was really nice to see how receptive the board was, and nice to see how fruitful constructive collaboration and communication can be. Besides my passion, I also bring a unique perspective to the table. As a litigator with a science background, I'll bring that skill set to approach any issue facing the board. Whether it's analyzing the details, understanding, questioning the underlying assumptions, or standing up and advocating for students' needs, or thinking ahead and anticipating problems, and especially collaborating with colleagues who may have opposite view to find common ground. This is what I do on a daily basis. I'm dealing with facts and fairness and conflicting views and competing interests. I also think my legal background would be helpful in formulating policy, which is a very important responsibility of the board. A lot of times, the source of the issue is not having the right policy in place, or there is a hole and there is no policy at all. Policy making is especially important during this time as we're dealing with the pandemic and we're introducing so many changes to the ways our teachers teach and evaluate and our students learn and the whole education system. And some of these changes are going to stay with us long term. Another unique angle I bring to the table is my experience as an alumni interviewer. I talk to students across high schools and counties, and I can bring valuable insights on how to better align our students' performance and, with what the expectations of the colleges are. At the end of the day, college admissions is an important metric to measure success of our schools. So I believe I have the passion, the skill set, and the temperament to be an effective board member. I also believe I can make a difference. I don't have any other motivation to be on this board besides my passion. I don't have a conflict, and hopefully no appearance of a conflict. And of course, I don't have like any magic wand to say I have solutions for all the problems that the board faces, and I will be lying if I say I understand every issue that is facing our schools. But I can promise this: if I'm appointed to this position, I will work hard, very hard. I will be honest and transparent. I will be independent and a team player, and I'll always advocate for the best interests of all of our students. Thank you very much for your for listening and for your consideration.
Okay, the question, committee?
I would like to be on the policy committee and the curriculum committee.
Thank you. Next up, any other board members? I'm sorry. Any questions? Okay, see none. Next up, Mr. Vapula.
Good evening. My son, who graduated from the school, walked up to me with a bad grade in math, and when I looked at him quizzically, he said, "There are three kinds of people in this world. One who is good at math, and one who's not." And when I said, "What would happen if you bring a bad grade in English?" he said, "The days of good English are went." I want to share many things about what stellar credentials that I might bring if I'm selected, but humility is my superpower, so I will refrain from doing that, at least not in the first 5 minutes. I want to draw your attention to a World Economic Forum report, which I'm carrying on my phone, which actually predicts in the next 4 years, which is 2025, the top 10 skills needed by the global workplace are listed, and 8 of those 10 are soft skills. They talk about analytical thinking, complex problem solving, creativity, resilience, stress tolerance, and so on. In other words, the pandemic just upended everything and reoriented our assumptions about fundamental education. Another report written by Brookings Institution, and we all know its pedigree, talked about how our education post-pandemic will be like a horse and wagon type of a model when the skills needed are all different 3-4 years from now when many of our graduates enter the workplace. So many of our candidates will be talking about the issues that are faced by the board and our district today. I agree, we need to workforce. I represent a company that within a couple of weeks since the pandemic struck, transformed 450,000 employees into a virtual workforce, which meant that everybody was just working from home. And this new reality is here to stay. So education, which used to be a contact sport, has now become a video game, metaphorically speaking, of course. So if that is our new world order, are we as the district thinking about what might be the curriculum needed? What might be the skill set needed for many of our graduates to embrace the workforce? So if I bring that kind of a work orientation, I'm looking at it from someone who's walked the path of the future workplace, and therefore from a professional perspective, what might be many of our graduates doing. If not entrepreneurship, many of them would be looking at employment as an end game. So are we, therefore, equipping them? So that's my first orientation about how do we shape them for the global workforce. The second one I want to mention about the difference that I might bring is about intent. The intent to serve ought to be reflected in your track record. It can't be a promise alone. So I've shared my resume already, and it speaks about how I've, in the past 10, 15 years, have made significant impact around the world with young people through my writing, through my TED Talk, which many of you may have heard about. The impact is not just local, but global, which is why when I say our young people will be competing in a global workforce, the credentials and the credibility that I bring is not just intent alone, but it's proven as well. And finally, I want to just leave something that for your consideration. Whether a leader can single-handedly make a difference or together collaboratively make a much more exponential difference comes down to how they work across different conflicting, often ideologies, views. And so I don't need to point anything more than how I, as an immigrant, came across, made a career for myself in UK first for a couple of years. Oh, by the way, in the UK, we are called governors. So I was on the, served as a governor in a school called Eastbury Infant School, where Aman, my older boy, went. And then when I came here in Woodbrook too, I was able to serve where my older boy went, and now even my younger boy is going. So this whole global ability to work across cultures, work across different age groups, work across different ethos, and still have a very pleasant, humorous disposition which will allow us to engage is something that I bring to the table. So as I appeal my candidature, I want you to think about whether it meets your political worldview or the political calculus. It's about, can this candidate impact our young people who are entering into a very competitive, very different worldview? And that's the promise, and that's the track record that I offer to bring. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. So Governor Vapula, what committees you want to stay on?
Curriculum and finance in that order.
Any other questions? Board members? See none? We move on to Mrs. Buonomo.
When I was thinking about this, I thought, oh, what might you like to ask me? So I'm going to answer several questions for you that maybe you haven't thought of. Some of you know me, some of you have heard of me, and some of you don't know me. But I'm Carol Bonamo, and I'm home. J.P. Stevens has been my home for many years. My actual home in Edison, I've been a resident for 42 years. Up until June 30th of 2020, I may cry, I had a 46-year teaching career here in Edison. It's my passion, and I should not be retired yet. I wasn't even thinking about it until June 26th, when our governor said, we have to return to the buildings. And I thought, I can't, for personal reasons. And I thought about it over the weekend, and then on June 30th, boom, I just hit the button. So I'm sorry to say I miss my students, and I'll tell you why. It has been my passion. I'm a person who has dedicated my entire life to the profession that she loves, teaching. It started in my basement when I was a little girl. I set up a school. I was always the teacher. And then I was called for an interview in my senior year in college for Edison. I didn't know where Edison was. Cedric Richardson hired me. Worked at Woodrow Wilson for many, many years. And then after I had my second child, Cedric Richardson was the principal here. And he brought me here, and I was here until last June 30th. So for almost 50 years, I looked forward every day to coming to school, interacting with my students and colleagues. I taught my students, and they taught me. For example, what could my students have taught me? Well, I would have never known about Pitbull, Bad Bunny, you may not even know who that is, or been in on the ground of TikTok. I had promised two of my senior girls last year, sorry girls if you're watching, to do a TikTok dance with them before they graduated. We never got to do it. But I loved coming here. What has been my philosophy? It's never changed. I believe that everyone is a lifelong learner, and if you were in my class, you would know that. I've instilled that in my students, I hope. In this highly academically competitive school that we have, which is wonderful, I have tried to get them to understand that it's about learning. Learning is what's important, which includes questioning, critical thinking, everything that we know, not just memorizing for a grade. And when a few students would come up to me and say, I got it, I understand learning now. It's the best I could do. They learned Spanish, they learned everything. I also believe that they needed to be comfortable in my classroom. And I hope I made it for them, comfortable for them, because we all know that you learn more when you're comfortable. Lifelong learner. I was talking to Ms. Polkowski before. Over the summer, I haven't given up. I haven't given up learning. I did 32 workshops. I am signed up for 16 more through June. Why? Because now I have time, and I continue to learn. I've been on a multitude of committees. You name a committee, I've been on it. Actually, I was on the interview committee that hired Dr. Bregan when he was a VP here. I was on the interview committee that hired Ms. Polakowski when she became the principal here, and many more. I've been on every committee for every alphabet soup thing, from T&E to SGOs. I've been to Trenton with Rob Ranta, if anybody remembers him, before the 100 hours started. I have been involved. Community service, my partner, Dora Ramos, who some of you know, we work very closely on the Community Action Reaches Everyone. We have been tutoring over at the New Beginnings program. I believe you came and visited last year. And so that's me. My passion is teaching, just teaching. And I love it, and I hope to continue on with that in some capacity which could be on the Board of Ed. So what are the challenges most important to Edison Township? Question number 2. I thought you might like to know. Overcrowding, we know that. I have gone from a class of 18 to classes last year of 32 students. Unacceptable, but right now we have a bigger challenge. And it is, of course, the pandemic, remote learning, hybrid learning. It's taking a toll on everyone. By the way, I want to mention the New York Times article. Thank you, Dr. Bregan, for mentioning the teachers. Thank you very much. It's difficult for parents. It's difficult for teachers. It's unbelievably difficult to pivot from teaching in a classroom. Teachers just don't stand up and teach. Teachers are working double shifts all day long, and they're doing a great job of it. Students too. But what am I concerned mostly about this? Their mental health. We really have to address the mental health. Oh no, I am so sorry. So why haven't you seen me at board meetings? You have. I've been coming to board meetings since we had an appointed board. But I don't talk much. I watch, I listen, I observe. I just won't restate something because somebody else, if somebody else has said it. And why didn't I run before? Because I'm only out of teaching 6 months, and this is the first time I can. So I hope that you understand who I am. I have no agenda. I just want to keep serving Edison Township Public Schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for...
Curriculum and curriculum. I've served on a lot of curriculum. I guess policy. Thank you.
Okay, any other board members for questions?
Right, thank you so much.
All right, move on. Mr. Baker.
Good evening, Dr. Bregan, members of the Edison Public Schools Board of Education, Edison Public Schools staff, students, and families. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight and to share my experiences and why I feel that I'm a strong candidate to fill the open vacancy on this board. My name's Brett Hammond Baker, 140 Grandview Avenue. I share my full name because that's where my story starts. I'm the third BHB in my family. My paternal grandfather, a patent attorney at Whirlpool, was a BHB. My father, an electrical engineer at General Motors, was a BHB, and I'm the third. My son is not. We broke the streak. I share that information because it's important to who I am and why I do this work. From those two men, I grew my empathy muscle, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another, and love. From those two men, I learned how to love, unequivocally, and that's how I lead, empathetically and with love. My story's an atypical one. I grew up wanting to be an astronaut and the first man on Mars. I'm probably the only person you'll ever meet that's been to space camp, and that was when I realized that I didn't like the feeling my stomach got when launched vertical at high rates of speed, so cross that off the list. I then volunteered at a hospital in high school, and I fell in love with working with kids. That would be my passion. I went to Michigan State hyper-focused on becoming a neonatologist. You could not tell me anything different. I wanted to help kids at the start of their lives. I grew up in a somewhat small suburban town in Michigan, and I was lucky to have an amazing education. It was so good, I was determined everybody had that same education. But the first weekend of my sophomore year in college was when I learned that wasn't the case. I was embarrassed then, but comfortable enough now to share that I was 19 years old when I learned that black and brown children and those of lower socioeconomic status in many communities across this country simply do not receive a fair education that is equal to the one that I had. Some used to call it the achievement gap, including myself, but I, like many others do, now call it the opportunity gap. I changed majors that very next day and became a public administration and public policy major. I spent the next 3 years of my collegiate experience writing, reading, studying, analyzing, and proposing public policy that could help improve educational outcomes for all, capital A, capital L, all children, regardless of the community that they live in, because the opportunity gap does exist in all of our communities. I moved to Newark in 2008, where I became a K-6 standard certified teacher via the Seton Hall alternate route program, and I proudly taught kindergarten and second grade. I had found where I wanted to be. I was where I needed to be. I was helping kids in the middle of their childhood. But I was hungry. I wanted to do more, to impact more, but most importantly, to use the analytical skills that I picked up from both of my grandfathers who were engineers and my parents, both engineers as well, to affect change across schools and school systems, to combine those skills with my public policy background to truly make change in our schools across this country. So in 2010, with the support of Uncommon Schools, I co-founded Westside Park Elementary School, North Star Academy's second elementary school in Newark. And over the last 10 years, I've had the opportunity to lead schools and school systems in Newark, Denver, Brooklyn, and I'm now back in Newark, proudly serving as the Director of Campus Operations at Team Academy, a middle school in Newark. My story's an atypical one, like I said, and I'm an atypical candidate for the board. I'm a teacher. Do I have the years of experience that the phenomenal educators in this room have? No. But I know what it means to teach, and I know how critically important these professionals are, and I don't use that word lightly. They are professionals, and we should be treating them that way. I'm an operations leader. I know how to write a project plan, analyze and/or write a budget, solve a technology issue, handle a compliance situation, and navigate lease and contract negotiations, all in the same day, and I've never managed a budget to deficit. I'm a policy mind. I see decisions as the sum of multiple parts, finding the best parts to complement each other for the final product. But most importantly, 2.5 years ago, I became a parent to a future James Monroe Owl, a Herbert Hoover Hornet, and an Edison Eagle. And I'd be remiss not to mention my wife, Sona, who pushes me equally all the time to see equality not as a pipe dream, but a fully fledged possibility in our lifetime. And to both of them, I owe them a great debt of gratitude. My job takes long hours. Putting my name here takes long hours. And they said, okay. I'm also not afraid to share that I suffer from depression and anxiety and have for my whole life. And I share that not for sympathy, but because I do believe it's long past time we begin to normalize conversations around mental health in our schools and for our children, particularly right now. I stand here and share that information about myself publicly to let our students and residents know that they would have someone on the board fighting for this, because this is truly a key issue for me. My experience as a school leader and policy mind makes me uniquely qualified to tackle issues that are important to me, like solving overcrowding, and ensuring we have the right vendors in place to save us money. And neither are overnight solutions. Overcrowding isn't some political or campaign talking point that gets thrown away as soon as someone gets sworn in. It's a uniquely complicated issue with a myriad of stakeholders, and I have the experience navigating situations like this with great success to be able to contribute immediately to these conversations. If selected, I would work with my board colleagues and district administration to develop a no more than 2-year plan to begin the process of solving overcrowding. Sure, there are things we can do immediately to help out, but truly solving overcrowding, that's going to take some time, and I'm ready, willing, and able to help. And vendor management, heck, that's what I do on a daily basis. I hold my vendors accountable to providing the highest level of service possible, because at the end of the day, public schools are funded with public dollars, the taxpayers. And it is my duty to use those tax dollars prudently and responsibly. I live in a what's next world. My job is meant to clear the way to ensure my teachers can focus on the amazing work they're doing in their classrooms, and I would bring that experience to this board, analyzing decisions, policies, procedures, and offering support where I can. Because my job as a teacher was to be planning for the next day, reflecting on the previous day's lessons. And my job as a school leader is to always be planning for what's next. But my job as a parent is to ensure that my community, our community, is prepared to provide our children the world-class education they deserve, the world-class education all kids deserve. And I'm ready to start tonight to help effectuate that change. I stand here knowing that some of us have had our differences of opinions. And I'm proud of those differences, because I've learned from each of you and each of you from those interactions. And that's how we learn and grow. We learn to accept each other's views. We learn to see differing viewpoints as equally important. And we learn that once you see past those differences, love is at the root of it all. Love is work, and I'm ready to go to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Finance and facilities and personnel.
Okay, any other questions? See
Go.
none? Mr. Quill. Daniel Landry, Quill.
Good evening, members of the Edison Township Board of Education. My name is Akil Daniels Lundy, and I would like to introduce myself as your next Edison Board of Education candidate. I am 24 years old, a 2014 graduate of Edison Township Public Schools, and current Edison Township resident. I have a finance degree from William Patterson, and I believe I can and will be a vital asset to the Edison Township Board of Education. The interest and desire that I have in serving my community stems from a deep understanding of the challenges that young adults and children face on a daily basis. It is my belief that a community has a duty to collectively make their environment and their township a place where kids and young adults can experience environments where they are able to learn, grow, and flourish during their adolescence. Where better to foster this type of environment than my own community? I have seen a drastic shift in Edison from the historic hallways of J.P. Stevens to the refurbished walkways of James Monroe Elementary. Edison continuously corresponds with their mantra, nothing less than excellence. Every day I ask myself, how can I make a difference in the lives of the youth in my community? As a result, over the last few years, I have dedicated my personal time, energy, and efforts to better the lives of others, specifically in our community. As a mentor with the Lena Harris Foundation this past spring, I worked hand in hand with other mentors as we helped guide students from Edison High and J.P. Stevens as they tried to determine their career goals. This allowed me to fall in love with the education process as I began to give advice on topics such as grades, college, community outreach, athletics, personal growth, and many more. Over the last 3 years, I have been associated with both the North and South Side youth football organizations. My role, first starting off as an assistant coach, has steadily grown as I have tried and successfully made an impact in the lives of kids. While I started off as an assistant 3 years ago, this past season, I was not only a head coach, but the lead football commissioner on the board of the organization. Therefore, the commitment I have brought to my community service activities will be the same excitement and enthusiasm that I will bring to the Board of Education. Along with my passions, I currently work at Rutgers University in their Finance and Equity Department. It was fitting to find a job surrounded by education. As we have shifted into 2021, I am ready and eager to take on any challenge that comes my way. Whether it be the overcrowding situation, the budget adjustments, and the transition into a technological era of education, I deem no challenge too high and no feat too difficult. While being one of the youngest in the department, I am always confident and determined to see any job through. As a member of a team, I consistently value the individualized thinking and continuity which brings forth different opinions and perspectives. Diversity can strengthen any organization with the correct structure. Similarly to my sports background, teamwork has always been a staple in my life, and I have used it to the extent that I'm comfortable working with a number of people from different backgrounds and ages. I anticipate working with all of you in the current and political climate. My sole focus will be the students. They are the future. It is imperative that we give them the opportunity to have a bright one. I have a strong belief in the upbringing of future generations, and this belief has propelled me into giving back to my community. I believe I have much more to give. It is not enough to affect 30 kids while coaching a football team, or even mentoring a few students in a program. My goal has always been to broaden that number and to impact the lives of people from all different backgrounds. This position allows me to do that. If I were given the opportunity, not only will my resounding work ethic be on display, but also the excitement that I have in being part of something bigger than myself. As you review my resume and listen to the words out of my mouth, when you think of me, think of the fresh ideas I can bring to the table. Before applying for this position, I sat down and I asked myself, why? Why me? Is it because I'm young and can not only connect with the youth, but also have experienced this type of learning in this new era of generation? Is it because I'm an African-American male and too often there's not enough representation, even though this community is a true melting pot where all should be recognized? Or maybe when I texted Charles Ross, the principal of Edison High, asking to use him as a reference, he responded with, "I'd be honored," knowing that the dedication and commitment I have to this community. Being that just a few days ago, we celebrated the birthday of one of the greatest heroes this country has ever seen, in Martin Luther King Jr., I will describe my answer through a quote said by him. "Use me, God. Show me how to take who I am, who I want to be, and what I can do, and use it for a purpose greater than myself. I believe this is the path for me. And if not me, then who? And if not now, then when?" Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. Again, my name is Akil Daniels Lundy.
Thank you.
As far as the committees, the two I would choose is curriculum and athletics. And the reason, I want to give my reason for these two is, I feel that the curriculum, it needs a little bit of tweaking. As a recent graduate, I feel that in high school, we didn't learn enough about life skills. And I feel like it's important that we give high school students this opportunity to learn those skills, because in college, they don't teach those skills to you, right? And life is more than a book or numbers. It's a lot more to life than that. And as far as athletics, I feel like the current stage the country is in, where our kids are becoming a lot more unhealthy. And I feel like we need to push for them to become more healthy, especially going into quarantine. Coming out of this is going to be super important to get our kids back on track as far as health. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Bureau.
Biral Patel, 11 Stanley Place. Good evening, board members, Dr. Bragan, parents, teachers, and residents of Edison. Thank you for the opportunity to present for this vacancy, and thank you for your consideration. If elected to this position, I commit to work with all the board members, administration, teachers, students, and parents to make sure that our schools shine brighter than ever. In order to do so, however, we must not shy away from the important issues of the day. We must take pragmatic and tangible steps to resolve the overcrowding crisis that's been plaguing our school system, and commit to bring back full-day kindergarten. We also need to extend our before care and after care programs so that no child is left behind. We must be mindful of the taxpayers, particularly during these difficult times. I am committed to achieving a 0% budget increase this year and implement future budget controls. We must collaborate with our educators. Our teachers and staff members are the backbone of our school system. We must provide them all the resources they need to educate our children. At the same time, in turn, communicate the challenges that parents and students are dealing with. This is particularly very important this year, as remote learning in some form is likely to be here with us for the foreseeable future. Now, we must also ensure transparency. Transparency is just not a word, but it's a doctrine that can only be achieved if we engage our citizens by inviting them into the workings of our district, by involving our residents, by providing them with a seat at the table where decisions are made. I am committed to implementing a parent help desk this year. We must recognize the importance of mental health and the vital role that extracurricular activities play by dedicating more resources to sports, arts, and music, along with investing in mental health initiatives. It's also very imperative that we have zero tolerance for traditional bullying cyberbullying, and for those who introduce drugs into our school. Now, I'm very passionate and committed to working on all these issues because I'm invested in Edison school system and in our township. I'm a proud parent of a child attending Edison Township Elementary School. For nearly a decade, I'm a part of a diverse cultural fabric of Edison by serving as a volunteer to several Edison-based nonprofit organizations. Now, you all have a copy of my resume that you must have seen. It details my educational background, work history, certifications, and I have a bachelor's and master's degree in computer science. I work for a very well-known global organization. But the part of my resume that brings me satisfaction is not my degree or certifications. The part of my resume that brings me biggest satisfaction is my community and volunteer service. From organizing food pantries to collecting PPEs, from delivering hot meals to seniors to supporting the first responders and the hospitals, from working with school PTO on closing drives to actively volunteering with several community organizations, including the New Jersey Department of Health for COVID-19 contact tracing and awareness program. I helped our Edison Town middle school students to collect funds for those who are financially devastated due to this pandemic. We also collected and delivered essential goods to those who are in need and our seniors who suffered the most and who were most at risk during this pandemic. I have never felt comfortable sitting on the sidelines throughout my life. Waiting and complaining for someone to come and solve a problem is something that I find no value in. I would rather be part of a solution than hoping for one to rise. That's the reason, precisely like why I volunteered all these years for so many nonprofit organizations, large and small, because we can't help. We don't have time to hesitate to wait in today's society, so that I can help people at every level. Our students are our future. The only way we can ensure that our future is bright is by providing them with resources and the tools that we did not have, by implementing programs that can enable them to find solutions that we would have never dreamed of. Lastly, I would like to close with a quote from our Guru Pramukh Swami Maharaj, "In the joy of others lies our own." This is not for all of us. This is for our children. Our children deserve the best. They need to get the best. Our children deserve nothing less than excellence. Hence, it's our role and our duty to give them nothing less than excellence. I will never let parents, teachers, residents, and most importantly, any students of this town down ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The committees I would like to choose is transportation and community relations. And the reason is quite clear from my speech, Mrs. Conway, because while I have other credentials, I can be a great addition to the board, to many things. But I feel that these are the committees that has first-hand experience and resolve everyday crisis that anyone would be facing. So I would jump in, I would do anything in the world it takes to resolve everyone's problem.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Next, Marshall.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Edison Township Board of Education, Dr. Bernie Bragin, Board President, Mr. Shi, Vice President, Mr. Patel. I want to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to fill a vacancy here in the Edison Board of Education. I don't know if everyone remembers, I ran in the 2019 Board of Education election here in Edison. My name is Sparshal Patel. I live at 6905 Hanover Road. I was born and raised in Edison, and I've been here for close to 20 years now. I'm happy to come back, move back with my daughter, who will be attending Lincoln Elementary in a few years. Board of Education is really important for me. I remember riding my bike right down the street on Oak Tree Road to Divine's Pharmacy, and having my mom drop me off at Edison Public Library, volunteering to put up some of the books, and so many activities here due to the township's resources. I used to go to the arts and crafts at Mini Beeville to keep myself entertained and engaged. I think I bring a lot of skill set to the Edison Board of Education, as you can see from my resume. I have a doctorate in medicine, I have a master's in public health and epidemiology, and I have a certified assisted living administrator license here in the state of New Jersey. I have a strong management professional foundation, and I'm keen that I will be able to develop and implement strong changes to our budget, payroll, and vendor selection. I have a strong yet flexible leadership style that is adaptable to changing demands of our district. 2020 has been hit hard with this pandemic, and I know that we must stay sharp, we must make strong and fast decisions and pivot to take care of this district and the ever-lying changes that we've seen due to remote learning, due to the virus, due to so many changes in security, staffing, cleanliness, and the health and safety of our students. As a healthcare professional, I'm keen on health and safety, and that's going to be my #1 priority if I'm given the opportunity to serve our students and our parents. Another important topic to me is mental health. Back in 2019, when I was speaking to many of the parents, I noticed that they were having trouble either communicating with their teachers or principal or managing their children's homework. I'm sure now with with remote learning, it's becoming an even larger burden on our parents and different parents, maybe with 1 or 2 or even 3 children. We must not also forget the special needs that require even extra attention, and we must advocate for them and make sure they get strong resources. Some of the skill sets I bring to the Board of Ed: I'm an effective team leader. I'm a strategic thinker. I'm a self-starter. I have strong public speaking experience. I'm very organized, and I'm excellent at negotiations. I want to be a team player with everyone on the board here, and I'm very goal-oriented, so I know what must be done in phases. We must think step by step, and as Brett mentioned, this is not going to happen instantly overnight. It's going to take some strong changes and some time and teamwork, and I think we will be able to solve a lot of the problems, including the overcrowding, including mental health, transportation, so many issues I've seen the last few years. I want to leave a quote from Mahatma Gandhi that says, "We have to be the change we want to see in the world." I want to be this change for my daughter. I want to make the changes here in the township that has given me this opportunity that I'm entwined in. You know, I've been here for so long, my daughter's here, and I know that I can make a difference, and I want to work with everyone here. I have no motives, I just want to do the right thing, and I want to just volunteer and improve this community, working hand in hand with all you board members. I hope you consider my resume and my candidacy, and I wish everyone health and wellness in this new year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So the question of 2 committees.
The 2 committees I would like to be on would be the Curriculum Committee and the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? See none. Mr. Romano. Thank you.
Well, they broke it.
Last one?
My name is Joseph Romano. There are people that have asked me.
Get closer. Thank you.
People have asked me, do you have a resume? Well, there's people here that know me. Let me just give you a background. In 2006, I was elected to the Board of Education. In 2005, I became the vice president. I served 2 terms, 4 years as vice president and 2 years as a board member. In 2005, when I was elected, I attended the New Jersey School Board's conference to learn how to be a board member. And what did I learn? I learned that a board member's job, most important, is to select a superintendent that had the best roadmap for the district. That means each and every one of you board members select the best possible candidate for a board. The superintendent asks the board to hire people that take care of special needs, assistant superintendents. They hire people that are directors. They hire people in finance. They do all of this. They serve the superintendent in which the board selects. Now, I don't know what that is called in any other state, but it's called thorough and efficient education. That person there, I'm pointing to you, sir. That person is the one that was selected to run this district. We don't need to hire somebody that's in finance or somebody that's in this, that, and the other. You know what we need? We need to hire a superintendent that knows what or how to be a superintendent. We don't need other people to teach him how to do his job. His job was already selected by the board members. Thorough and efficient education. Let me explain. There are people up here on the dais that are teachers, worked in the education system. Does anybody remember something about teaching children how to read so they in turn could read to learn? I didn't hear anything like that. I didn't hear anything like that from the people who stood here at this podium. Thorough and efficient education. The board has a responsibility to hold the superintendent's feet to the fire if something's not right. It's called a superintendent's self-evaluation. And then the board looks at the superintendent's self-evaluation and they grade it. Now, let's be honest. We've been overcrowded for years. And there is no financial planning that's going to make it disappear. But what I can tell you is this. The Board of Education, when you're elected as a board member, is to see that it runs well. You were to work together with the superintendent, with the people that the superintendent needed to put in place to follow the roadmap in which you hired the superintendent to do. It's not my plan. It's the plans that the Board of Ed, when they hired the superintendent, you pay them a lot of money and you have to sit there and discuss with the superintendent, what's the plan? You know what the plan is. You hired them. That's my problem. People that are running for the board have to realize that you got to teach them to read, and then they read to learn. The board needs to know what thorough and efficient education is. I didn't hear anybody talk about that. Oh, I'm going to do this, or I'm going to run. You know what you're going to have to do? That man there knows what to do. He's the superintendent. And you want to know why I know why he knows what to do? Because the people voted for him. You people. Not me. I voted for the people on the Board of Education to use their minds to take and say things like, sir, is this the policy that we're going to follow? Is this the curriculum that we're going to follow? Are we going to take one school and change the math curriculum? One school? No. It's got to be the whole thing. I would like to take and serve on this board. But I'm not going to tell you that I'm going to solve the problem of overcrowding. I'm not going to solve the curriculum problems. I'm not going to solve the busing. You know why? Because that is the job of the superintendent, in which each and every one of the board members voted for. If he's not doing his job, the board has to stand up and say something like, sir, that's not according to the evaluation, your self-evaluation. It's not according to what the board's evaluation of the superintendent is. And the people that work under him, the superintendent's assistant staff, the financial people. He went to school. He's got a superintendent's certificate. If he wasn't a person, and if we're out there looking for people that have finance and transportation, it's not the board's problem. I rephrase. Anybody has a problem with transportation, you go to him. That's his job. You hold that person's feet to the fire. If there's a problem in transportation, or there's a problem in finance, or there's a problem in curriculum, that's the guy. You hired him. He makes a lot of money. You have to make that person accountable to you, the elected board. In closing, I had somebody knock on my, I apologize, 1 minute. I had somebody knock on my shoulder, a young lady, and she said, Mr. Romano, and I was shocked. I didn't know who she was. And she said to me, you don't remember me? I said, no. And she said, you helped my son. And I still didn't remember. I mean, there's a lot of kids. And she said, you were the only one that stuck up for him. And you convinced the people to help him. And right now, he graduated from Middlesex County College, and he's going to Rutgers. It's your jobs. It's your jobs to see that it runs well. That's the job. Thank you, and I apologize for taking so much time.
Committees?
Joe, your 2 committees.
Any committee that you believe that you need help in, I would be there. Any committee.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Romano? Okay. Last one. Mr. Rivera.
While I'm doing this, I just want to say there's some phenomenal candidates out there, and I'm actually very happy to participate with every single one of you. I heard some good stuff today. So, my name is Brian Rivera. I live on Stony Road in Edison. Good evening. I would like to thank the Board of Education, Central Administration, my fellow candidates for their interest in filling the Board of Education vacancy. It's reassuring to know that there are individuals out there in this community who really care about our kids and really care about our communities. My name is Brian Rivera. I am a lifelong resident, born and raised in Edison Township. I am pleased to say that I am a product of the Edison Public School System. I attended Washington Elementary School under Mr. Ward, Thomas Jefferson Middle School under Mr. Bone, and I am a proud graduate of Edison High School under Mr. Cangelosi. It was during my time attending Edison Public Schools where I learned qualities such as creativity, problem solving, empathy, and leadership, and where I was able to realize my potential during my time here at Edison High School. Individuals such as Mr. Paragala, Mrs. Rack, Mr. Cangelosi, all influenced my life and helped me become the person I am today. After graduating from Edison High School, I received a BA in History with a minor in Puerto Rican and Caribbean Studies from Rutgers University. Upon graduating from Rutgers, I had the opportunity to teach mathematics at a middle school in Perth Amboy Public Schools. After establishing myself in my calling, because we all know teaching is a calling, it's not for everyone, I continued my education and received my master's degree in urban education and administration and supervision from New Jersey City University. I taught mathematics for 8 years and was promoted to vice principal at the same middle school where I taught. I held the position for 6 years and then was promoted to a vice principal of the 9th grade freshman academy in Perth Amboy, where I ran that building for 2 years. I was then transferred to an elementary level where I've been working for the last 5 years. As you can see, I have over 20 years of experience in education, and you can see I have it in all 3 grade levels. Some professional organizations that I belong include the National Association of Elementary School Principals, Associations for Supervision and Curriculum Development, New Jersey Principals and Supervisors Association, and I'm the current vice president of the Perth Amboy Administrators and Supervisors Association, where I negotiated 2 successful contracts with the Perth Amboy Board of Ed. This leads me to my philosophy of education. In my eyes, children come first. Decisions should be based on the well-being of children. As an educator, one of my goals is always to create lifelong learners. For this to happen, my philosophy of education revolves around several components. The first component is to establish a clear, positive, and defined high expectations for our children and staff while providing them with the necessary support needed to achieve these expectations. The second component to my philosophy of education is to provide students and staff with safe, appropriate, and nurturing environment that's child-centered. The environment is based developing on the whole child through academic, physical, social, and emotional education. My final component of my philosophy of education is developing a partnership between a home and school in order to encourage effective communication and collaboration between students, parents, and the community. By getting all stakeholders involved, the process, and by working together, we as a school community can create common goals, communicate better, and most importantly, achieve our goals. I am married and a proud father of 2. My son is 8 and attends Washington Elementary School, and my daughter is 4 and attends full-day pre-K at Perth Amboy Catholic. I think you know why. I enjoy the challenges of education, working with students, parents, and teachers, and the opportunities to make education happen to each student. I'm fully aware of the responsibilities of the Board of Education, including establishing policy for operations in schools, revising, improving, and adopting curriculum, authorizing expenditures, determining goals and standards for the district, interpreting the educational needs of our community, but also representing the views of our community in matters affecting education. As a member of the Board of Education, I feel I will be able to work with the administration to help guide the district so that every child can have a successful experience and restore stability and trust with the school community. I am confident and committed to working with a team that wants to fix the issues that we are facing here in Edison Public Schools. I am not interested in personal or political gains because I am as far as a politician you could think of. My goal is to ensure that all children, including my own, are given opportunity for a quality education which will enable our sons and daughters to develop the skills necessary to achieve the potential, to achieve their dreams, and to be successful members of our community and our society. Some of the concerns I have that I would like to work with the board and address is diversity and social justice, a mid-year evaluation of how remote learning actually is working, social and emotional learning, our overcrowding issues, our facilities, our budget, fiscal clarity, and long-term planning, and our referendum. I hope we revisit it again. I thank everyone again for their consideration, and one thing I want to do is stay healthy and stay safe, because that's what's important. If I have an opportunity to choose committees, they're all important, but I think finance and facilities and personnel are the biggest things that we really need to look at and address. And I thank everybody for their time, and good luck to everybody. You all did a phenomenal job.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Jerry?
Yes.
I don't have a question, I just had a comment.
Okay.
I just wanted to thank everyone, all the people who came here and, applied for this position. We are really fortunate to have 12 really accomplished people, and all of you will make excellent board members. And we just have one vacancy, so please don't be disheartened if any of you don't get selected. I also wanted to mention 3 of us on the stage, Elizabeth, Carol, myself. We've applied to Board of Ed positions before for a vacancy, and we did not get selected. And I know Ralph Errico and Beth Maroney also did. So just continue to be involved and do your best. And thank you so much once again for coming here and presenting.
Okay. Any other board members? Any comments to the candidates? Yeah, I just echo what Shivi said. Thank you all for coming. It's going to be a tough decision, but a lot of great candidates. Unfortunately, we only have 1 open seat, but wish we have 10. So, with that said, we're going to take a very brief break, and if people want to go home, they can go home. You want to say something? Yeah.
I would just like to say, I see Christo in the back. Could we give him a chance to just answer the 2 committee answers? So this way we have it together rather than waiting till later?
Come.
Thank you.
The question was what 2 committees?
Yeah, what committees you want to be on?
What committees?
Yes.
Well, I don't know all of them. I'll be on any committee, man. I've been trying the past 3 years to get the town council to put me. I applied to all of them. They won't put me on any of them because they only put their own EDO members up there.
Okay, thank you.
And but I would put policy, special education.
Good.
What's the list of them, Jerry?
Just 2.
It's okay. All right, just 2.
Just 2?
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll take a brief recess, and we'll come back to go through our regular agenda. Just very brief recess, okay? You can go home.
Were you? Okay.
Thank you. So we are gonna restart our meeting. Please be seated. All right, so the administrative reports, Dr. Bragan.
Thank you, Board President Shi. We don't have a lot. You know, one of the first things is January is School Board Member Recognition Month. So on the agenda on Tuesday, we will have a resolution that we will read out recognizing the service and the work that our school board members do for the district. Under curriculum and instruction, we have a textbook approval that was approved through the Curriculum and Technology Committee. We have 4 textbooks, 3 science textbooks and 1 mathematics books for the high school. Under the professional development report, we have a number of people attending virtual professional developments. That'll be on that resolution. After that, we have our pupil and special services report, which will update our out-of-district placements and any new placements we have therein. And that takes us, Mr. Board President, to the finance report.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bragan. So just a question about the textbooks. I see that Gail and Bernina are here. So what is the cost with all these 4 books?
I don't have that off the top of my head. Would you guys know the cost per book? I'll get that and report that out before the meeting. I'll get it to the board members tomorrow.
Okay. So just a quick question. Was this discussed as a Finance Facility Committee last year, or it was just the Curriculum Committee?
I didn't understand the question.
I can answer this.
Yeah.
So this was presented to the Curriculum Committee, and the committee deferred it to this year, for the approval of the textbooks. We did not approve it last year.
Okay, so I remember that you talked about this. So my question is, did this go through the Finance Facility Committee?
We
No,
have not discussed a dollar
no.
amount
No?
attached to the
No, it did
textbook.
not go there.
Okay, thank you. All right, Finance report. Ann?
Okay, the board has been given the December 2020 minutes and will be asked to approve them at the January 26th public meeting. The interest as of December 31st, 2020 was $7,551.55 with the year-to-date amount of $37,618.27. The board has also received the board secretary's report and treasurer of school monies report for November 2020 and will be asked to approve them at the January 26th public meeting. The finance resolutions include the submission of the FEMA Public Assistance Program grant of approximately $117,000 for costs related to the COVID-19 PPE and disinfection labor costs. It also includes the submission of the Snapdragon Book Foundation grant in the amount of $10,000 to provide Thomas Jefferson Middle School's library with new books. It also includes the acceptance of the CTSO FCCLA continuation grant in the amount of $158,500. There were revisions to the Pupil Transportation Bid 21-07 and Bid 21-08. Some of the routes were tabled in November due to students working remotely from home. There were 2 settlement agreements, one with George Dapper, Inc., and one with Villani Bus Company for their contracted services during the COVID-19 epidemic. A list of obsolete items from John Adams Middle School and the Education Center IT Department for items no longer needed for school purposes. And the bill list dated December 31st, 2020, totaling $23,582,528.06. And that ends my report.
Thank you. So just a quick question on the bus routes. We have the rejected bid. Are we going to rebid them?
Yes. In the meantime, we're going to, for the routes, when we go back to school, we're going to have daily routes that we're going to contract out, and then they're going to be rebid in the February, hopefully posted for the February board meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we are open up for board member comments. Board member.
Just have a quick question on the Education Center IT Department refurbishment. Do we know how much money we're going to get for refurbishing or actually recycling all the equipment and everything? Are we getting any funding back from it or not?
Was the question, I'm sorry to hear, about the obsolete items, are we going to get any money
Correct.
for them? Yeah, we have a couple of ways that we do that, and Ralph Barker, our Chief Technology Officer, has been really great at that. Either we go through the government websites or some other private vendors, and some of the Chromebooks have ranged from $50 to $100 as far as their salvageable value, depending on what they use them for and how good they are.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Any other board members, comments? Okay, Mrs. Conway?
I feel that I have to make a statement about the life that we live in right now and under the circumstances that we're all living in. And each day, we reflect on when this pandemic is going to be over, and we reflect about the safety of our families, our friends, our colleagues. And as a board member, each day I worry about our district. And I just want to say that I hope that we proceed as we are right now, moving in baby steps to ensure the safety of our district, and that it continues to happen, because between the mental health of our students and our staff is our most important asset, and we need to always keep that our main concern. And as I read and watch the news and look at the data that somebody has very much shared with me, I fear that we need to really watch what's going on and make the best decisions that we possibly can for our district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other board member comments? Okay. See, now we're open for public comments. Crystal? Okay, yes. Why don't you be the last one, Crystal?
Then rebuttal, right?
All right.
Okay, good evening, everybody.
Evening.
Before, I bring the election details, let me bring some positive news, or at least thank people who deserve the thanking.
Pull up. Hey, Venkat.
Pardon?
Bring up.
Phone, okay.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Thank you, Jerry. Dr. Bragan, first of all, thank you for two of the things that you have done in the last 10 days. One, the Hobby Leadership Seminar, then you not only approved more than one student in high schools, for also sponsoring the $200 fee as well. It's a great start, and I think these are the things that helps the kids. So I know you must be doing many things, but the things that I know, I just want to bring it up to thank you, number one. And the number two, I know one of my friends has sent an email as a disgruntled parent because he doesn't want any reproach from the teachers for not grading the subject tests. I think you took action, and overnight there were 3 tests that were fixed. So in the process, I would like to give another good news, share another information that especially JAMS, the principal, Mrs. Valentine, and Vice Principal Kelly, Mr. Kelly, has been doing a great job. I can tell you that any email that goes to them, we get response within a couple of hours.
Good news.
So I just would like to take that, during the pandemic, you must be seeing only the complaints against the teachers and staff, but I certainly wanted to bring those good things to you. And I have one question to you, which I don't want to count it as my 6 minutes, about the soccer fields. I certainly would like an answer from you that, are we opening our soccer fields for our kids? Because our kids are going to South Plain fields and some of the private schools' sports grounds, and some of them are questioning that why Edison kids are coming to South Plain fields grounds. I think, being one of the richest school districts, why should we send our kids to play soccer to neighboring school districts? I appreciate the answer at the end of this. Coming to the politics, I think today BOE is supposed to be no politics place, but certainly I belong to a political party. I pretty much support my fellow idealist Christo from Republican Party, so there is no mincing words on that. Then my legal fraternity, from Patty. Obviously, I supported her before, and I don't mind openly supporting Patty for this. And Tony DePascal, 90% of his work, last night I only told him that it's great, but the only 10% of the things that he brings the negativity. I hope he brings it, whether he gets elected now or not, the remaining 10% for next November. I truly wanted Tony DePascal, his contributions to the special education and his intent to service the community is great, but I think that needs to be transitioned into a positive partnership with the remaining board members and all of us. Last but not least, I have a conflict with two people that I know very well. Brett Baker, I know him very, very well. And I also know Biral Patel is my close friend for last 6 months, and I, in fact, traveled with him. I know the kind of community service that he does. So it's very, very difficult for me to choose whom it is, but obviously, I will tell you that it is very difficult for you. Forget about what we as people sharing. Find what your need is, whether it is a special skills, whether it is a community service, whether it is a $0 financial planning, or some people don't even want to take transportation. Those who are interested to take the transportation thing. They have to take whatever has been given to them and prove next 12 months. And last but not least, choose a candidate who has a potential to win in November elections. If you choose a guy who is not going to win November elections for some reason, then this 1 year of learning will be wasted. So I know it is very tough to say that, how could anybody say that who is going to win next November? But obviously you also know that who will be the great contenders for November elections. So having said this, I wish all the 12 people, and the young guy, Ash Pandey, I just met him outside, and he is born and brought up here, went to the school system, he knows. And Sparshil Patel, I was just joking with him that he's well qualified, being a doctor, he came forward, he wanted to really support the community and offer the help. I think the traction is great. BO has been doing excellent job, and the 12 people or 11 people contested in last elections, and 12 people applied for the open position shows that your seat is very precious. Please don't dwell into the politics, and as I said, no drama. Don't listen to, my friend will bring up about the council and others. I don't want those councils or mayor or any other things to come here. You guys proved that this seat is more valuable. There is a lot of competition. Very well qualified people are applying. The only single motto for you is how you guys can help students, and which of these 12 is going to help you. I know it's a difficult choice, but the remaining 12, all I'm going to say this, in India we say, if you fail in March, you always have September. So every 6 months there are exams in India. Similarly, if you don't get elected now, there is always a November. Guys, we are all willing to support you guys and wish all the 12 people the best. Thank you. Reagan, any answer for your question for the soccer field, sir?
We could talk privately about that, but right now we don't have any outside people using our facilities for cleanliness. We don't want to, especially when the students come back, have other people coming in until we're past this. But right now, the winter sports are practicing. So we'll talk later. Reach out to me.
Okay, thank you.
We'll see what we can do.
See, I thought you were going to give me an easy job. You can recommend one person. You recommend like 6 people. Okay, anybody else?
Right there.
All right, you. School issues, okay?
Public comments?
School issues only.
Public comments.
School issues.
All right, Crystal, Middlesex County, you can start my time. I was very impressed with Carol.
Crystal, closer.
Yes, sir.
Thank
I
you.
was very impressed with Carol, Mr. Romano. But if I was up there and I had to take a pick, personally, I'd pick Brian Rivera. I like him. I was most impressed with him.
You're taking yourself out?
Huh?
You're taking yourself out?
I was never in it to begin with. I only put my name in because, I'm the most qualified without a doubt, but I put my name in it so I can get the extra 6 minutes to put the truth out in the public.
Okay.
And
All right.
also, honest. So this way, I can bash some people who don't deserve to be up here and give other people who deserve to, But in any case, can't believe what happened recently. Can't believe the stuff some of our friends pulled, you know, Councilman A.J. Patil.
Stay on the topic of school.
It's public comments now. Councilman A.J. Patil promised to testify after his election. Oh, I'm not here as somebody who's trying to get a seat on the board. I'm realistic. I know the politicians, and there's too much pressure. You won't consider me. So I'm here for
What
New
is that?
Jersey. I'm here for New Jersey Corruption Watch today.
Oh, okay.
Councilman A.J. Patil promised to testify after his election. 1 year later, he still refuses to testify.
Crystal, this is not school-related.
Public
Crystal,
comments.
we never got a school-related, man.
It is school-related.
No, it's
If you
not.
give me a chance to speak, and you'll understand the relevance of why it's public comments, and I will file a lawsuit if I'm continually interrupted. Robert's Rules of Order and Lozman versus
Crystal,
Riviera Beach. May I please
Crystal,
continue?
you know the drill. School-related issues. and school
I'm in
board
public
members.
comments right now. Councilman A.J. Patil promised to testify after his election. 1 year later, he still refuses to testify.
Crystal.
Patil is breaking his fiduciary duties to inform the public
Crystal.
what he knew
Crystal.
about the racist flyers.
Crystal.
Patil, if
Crystal.
they try to get security to throw me out, it's going to be breaking Lozman versus Riviera Beach,
Crystal.
and I will have
Just
a
listen,
legitimate
listen,
lawsuit.
listen.
Please follow
listen.
the rules.
This is public comments, and may I
But-
please speak?
Please
with
follow
Reagan?
the
Can I
rules.
speak without being interrupted? Because I will sue.
Please
And
follow
I think
the rules.
you guys are smart
Crystal.
enough to know that.
Please
Crystal.
I'm
follow
going to
the
ignore.
rules.
They're wasting my, I'm going to ignore.
Crystal.
You know what? Drag me out, but I'm going to ignore. I'll have a lawsuit if you do. Councilman A.J. Patil promised to testify after his election. 1 year later, he still refuses
Crystal,
to
it's
testify.
not related to school board. Come
Patil
on.
is breaking his fiduciary
Crystal,
duties to inform the public what
policy
he knew
requires-
about
I don't-
racist
The
flyers.
Crystal, I don't want to throw you out.
Patil is
Crystal.
connected to the creation
The
of the
policy
racist flyers
requires
and the
public
Crystal,
distribution
comment.
of
Can you please-
racist flyers.
Yeah.
Patil is covering up for himself. That is a Democratic organization.
Crystal.
Christo,
Crystal.
this is violating the rules on the policy on public participation in
Crystal.
order to discuss matters
Crystal.
of interest to the schools.
Crystal.
Crystal, come on.
My time's not over. Why are you touching me? Am I under arrest?
Guys,
No.
No,
No, you're not.
he's fine. No, you're
we're
not.
just requesting that you,
Guys,
All right, go grab your stuff. Crystal. No.
no.
Crystal, you know better. All right, back to order. Any other public comments? See none? We end the closed session.
Whereas Section 8 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, PL 1975, permits the exclusion of the public from a meeting in certain circumstances, and whereas this public body is of the opinion that such circumstances presently exist, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Education of the Township of Edison, County of Middlesex, State of New Jersey, as follows. The public shall be excluded from discussion of and action upon the hereinafter specified subject matters. The general nature of the subject matter to be discussed is as follows. Attorney-client privilege discussion regarding student matters, bus contracts, litigation brought by former employees and students, ETEA grievances, PERC, unfair labor practices, the qualifications for appointment of a public officer, board member, and information regarding board candidates, the disclosure of which that may constitute an unwarranted invasion of individual privacy, and personnel matters. It is anticipated at this time that the above stated subject matter shall be made public at such time as the need for non-disclosure no longer exists. This resolution shall take effect immediately.
Can I have a motion? Okay, Mrs. Conway, second?
Second.
Okay. Carol? Roll call. Roll call?
Mrs. White?
Yes.
Mrs. Madiker?
Yes.
Mrs. Podolsky?
Yes.
Dr. Chen?
Yes.
Mrs. Conway?
Yes.
Mrs. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Shi?
Yes. All right, so we're going to go back. We have a lot of things to go through for the privilege session. As I said at the beginning of the meeting, if we have a majority on the candidates, we'll come out and vote on it in public. But it's probably going to be a minimum an hour to an hour and a half. So you're welcome to stay, or you can go home and watch the video when we come back. Thank you. Okay. All right, we're gonna reconvene. Thank you everyone for staying, and sorry to keep you guys waiting. It was a long discussion because we had a lot of great candidates. So now I have a motion to reconvene. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Patel, second? Okay, Mrs. Penn. And roll call.
Mrs. White?
Here.
Mrs. Madiker?
Here.
Mrs. Podolsky?
Here.
Dr. Chen?
Here.
Mrs. Conway?
Here.
Mrs. Peng?
Here.
Mr. Patel?
Here.
Mr. Shi?
Here. All right, so we have a decision. That's why we're coming back today. Before we go through the process, I'll have Hope share with you our district policy regarding filling the position. So Hope.
The district policy regarding the process for board member election or appointment is District Policy 0143. And the process, once there have been, once the board selected the interviews or did the resumes and conducted the interviews, the board chose to do it in public. It could have elected to have done that in executive session. The next step is the president will seek nominations of the candidates. Then the candidates, there will then be a second. So unlike for president and vice president, where you don't require a second, this requires a second. And then a roll call vote will be taken of those candidates who will have been nominated. And the first person to get a majority of the remaining members on the board, since there are 8 members, that would be 5 votes that will be required, will be the person who will have been elected by the board.
Thank you, Hope. So with that said, can I have a nomination of the candidate for the filling the vacant position?
I nominate Birol Patel.
And I'll second it.
Okay, do we have other nominations? Other nominations? See none? Roll call.
Mrs. White?
Yes.
Mrs. Madiker?
Yes.
Mrs. Podolsky?
Yes.
Dr. Chen?
Yes.
Mrs. Conway?
Yes.
Mrs. Peng?
Yes.
Mr. Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Shi?
Yes. So congratulations, Bureau. You're the new new board member. Thank you. So, can I have a motion for the adjournment of the meeting?
Motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.